Excellent, okay, it is showing up in the chat box. I was like, wake up, please. Yeah, new setup. I made it myself. Thank you. I was like, what am I gonna do? And the answer was obviously 70s core. Because that's easy to do graphically, it has nice colors. You know. Good so far, I just got out of D&D. And I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, like 3 2/3 of a box of eggs to hatch. Thanks! I really like drawing flowers. You just put on the symmetry tool and just go wild. If I go quiet for a couple of seconds, it's because I've turned my mic off so I can drink coffee. Yeah, D&D. I was not originally in this game, but my partner was, and my partner's playing a goose who's turning into a human. And so at one point, this goose man met an NPC that was an ostrich and became super good friends with his ostrich and kind of fell in love. And so convinced the DM to let them buy this ostrich. And the ostrich got magicked to become an Aarakocra, essentially. And so the DM was like, hey, do you want to guest star in the part of the game where the ostrich learns how to talk and becomes a person? And I was like, of course I do. And then I had so much fun with it that I've just started permanently playing the ostrich. Ooh, good luck on your shiny hunt. Yeah, everybody else who is doing shiny hunts, good luck. Yeah, I love Biscuit. He is great for me to play because I am so bad at the numbers and the memorizing part of D&D, and that doesn't matter when you're playing an ostrich. His goals are, I want to own a hat, I want to grow fingers, because he's slowly becoming more of a person. I want to eat a whole orange. He has not succeeded doing that yet. He's eaten a lot of rocks. He's just having a good time. There's this big, intense plot going on about magic and the gods of the world and all this magic going haywire and stuff, and he has no idea that this is happening. He's just here to vibe and hang out with his goose husband and eat things he shouldn't. He is honestly the only D&D character I've ever played. I have not done a lot of tabletopping, but I'm very much enjoying it. I've eaten many oranges and I hope to one day eat a rock. Oh no. Also, yeah, it looks like this is already being a lot nicer to my CPU. So that is good. Also, how's the game sound? Is it too low, too high? What are we feeling like? Oh no, Susan, the CPU was so bad the last time I was streaming. Now it's at 6, between 4 and 6, which is so much nicer than it was. Excellent. Alright. Oh my god, can you imagine the bike dog Pokemon as a person? Honestly, it'd probably look pretty cool. Just very tall. Oh, also I've discovered that the current sub count thing, like the widget you can put in, it doesn't display like exactly the number. It like rounds it up to the tens. So that's kind of fun. Oh no, I didn't want to nickname this Oricorio. Oh my gosh, a himbo lizard biker would be so good, like with red leather gloves. People have suggested drawing my Pokemon team as cats and drawing my Pokemon team as humans, and I might do both of those because I really love that. I love that kind of design challenge. And I feel like this game has been out for long enough that I could do my team from this game without having to worry about spoiling people. Because obviously I played mostly with new Pokemon. My Pokemon team as a group of loners would be terrifying, because they are all, like, small spoilers for my Pokemon team in this game. There are 5 girls and 1 boy, and they are all just scrunglies. Thoughts on Snom? Snom is perfect. I mean, I love all the bug types, but Snom is just, like... Snom is what every bug type should aspire to be, I feel like. Oh yeah, here, let me introduce you to them. In between eggs. Trying to remember which box. Are they in keep? I have to wait for them to load. Yeah, okay. This was my team. You got Carmine. The Armarouge. Serrano the Scovillain, who is the only male. It's just him. Sonora the Toxtricity, who is new to me, because I hadn't actually played a lot of Sword and Shield, so I'd never used one before. Sold my shiny Rabsca that I paused playing the entire game for just to shiny hunt because I had to have a shiny one. Ira the Annihilate, who is perfect and wonderful and I love her. And then Rosalita the Tinkaton, who is Carmine's girlfriend. It changed, you know, over the course of the game, but that was the team that I took into the end game. Well, Inertia, it actually does not have wheels. I mean, it looks like it does, but let me see if I can get him to turn sideways. Come on, buddy. It actually, the back one is its tail all curled up, and the front one is its dewlap. So it uses its legs because those aren't actually wheels. They wouldn't actually turn. They just look like wheels. Presumably, I don't know. I don't know why it has to run like that, but it does. The future bike dog, I'm pretty sure, has actual wheels and also doesn't use them because it floats. It's really funny how they both have, like, wheelie-looking bits and neither of them use them. It's very, Flintstones. Honestly, I think the funniest thing is when the bike dog swims. Yeah, a lot of people initially were like, oh, the lizards they're so bad they don't look good. You know, I don't like them. I think they're my favorite box legendaries, specifically just because their designs are so clean compared to a lot of the other legendaries. A lot of the other legendaries look like, I don't know, like Picasso paintings. Or Legos. They look very... Like, I'm thinking Palkia and Dialga specifically. Like, they're not bad designs, but they're too inorganic for my personal taste. He does a little paddle. Hang on, I'll go and jump him into the water so you can see. It's very good. I like Giratina. Giratina's, like, right in the middle of being weird looking, but still organic enough that it feels right. The Flower Hedgehog is also very good. I mean, my favorite's always gonna be Mewtwo, because I remember when it was just Gen 1. But yeah, look at him go. He swims like a lizard would swim, which is, you know, just a little paddle, just a little doggy paddle. Oh my god. Oh, am I hatching an egg in the water? Okay. And yeah, if I press the sprint button, he just, you know, zooms faster. Yveltal is good. Yveltal is like, it grew on me. I didn't like it at first, and now I'm like, it's Bacon Bird. It's my favorite bacon. Yeah, that's true. They don't get to, like, get hatched on the ground like normal babies. They have to hatch in the void. Oh, I thought that was something, like, on the bottom of the boat. No, it was just the motor. Okay. Ooh, Heracross. Heracross isn't a choice you see very often. Copperajah, too. I like Copperajah. I mean, again, like I said, you know, last time, but I'll reiterate it here because it's important. I don't think there's any Pokemon that are explicitly bad. There's just Pokemon that don't appeal to me personally, but, like, the whole joy of Pokemon is that it's going to be someone's favorite. There is someone out there, it doesn't matter what Pokemon it is, who just loves that Pokemon for whatever reason. Shiinotic is perfect. Shiinotic is in my top 3. Like, in my overall dream team forever. Shiinotic is one of them. It's just a little, like, creepy, staring alien baby. I love it so much. This is Pokemon Scarlet. You can tell because my dog is red. But yeah, no, I love Shiinotic. Shiinotic, Scolipede, and Kabutops are my forever 3. Those are the ones that, no matter what, I gotta have them. Oh my god, you swallowed a boiled egg whole? Well, congratulations on not dying. Oh, Houndoom is a good choice. I played with a Houndoom in Pokemon Y, and it really surprised me how good it was. Marini also very good. My partner actually found a random shiny Marini just while they were walking around in Violet. So now that's on their team. Because they love poison types. They're basically a grass poison trainer. I will say I have a somewhat controversial opinion in that I don't like Lucario very much. Again, not because I think it's a bad design necessarily, but because it's not a design that appeals to me personally. It's very... again, it's just very inorganic, and it doesn't communicate its typing very well. And there's something weird about its mouth. Like, it doesn't have a normal... it has a dog's snout, but the way the mouth is arranged on the dog's snout looks really weird. Like, they put it just on the underside of the nose. I don't like it. I feel like Lucario could be so much better than it is if they just updated the design a little bit. Helioptile, that is another choice that you don't see a lot. I do like Helioptile. Goodra is very good. Goodra is one of those where I personally really like Sliggoo better than Goodra. It's got those like little eyes and the wiggly mouth, and it just looks more snail-like. It's kind of like the Dratini Dragonair Dragonite situation where they're all really good designs, but I wish the final evolution looked more like the previous evolutions. And then, of course, in Hisui, they were like, yeah, okay, so we're gonna make these Pokemon look way more like snails. And I was like, oh, thank God. Finally a Goodra for me. Oh, the Sandshrew episode! Is that the one, where it's that guy who's, like, got his Pokemon wearing those weird, like, harnesses and training super hard? Because I know exactly the one that you mean. That one where he's like, I've never been defeated! Also, my Pokemon are like, I have a whip that I whip my Pokemon with. That's normal and good. And Ash is like, dude. Bye, Season! Oh, Pokemon Uranium. Oh boy. Yeah, Zangoose is good, Sandshrew is good. I really like, there's another one someone mentioned. Hydreigon, I do like. Hydreigon is another one where I'm like, but Dino is just already so cute. He's got the little Beatles mullet haircut. But it's definitely very much like, you could tell me any Pokemon was your favorite and I'd be like, you know what, that's fair. I forget about Maractus a lot, which is sad, because Maractus also has just a very simple, cute design. The what? The cursed dino plushie with the Kermit face? I have not seen that. I can believe it exists. I have... well, not on stream I haven't got any shinies, but I have shinies from other things, and I have even more of them in Pokemon Home that I can't, you know, take into this game. Let me go in my boxes. I have them all in my box that's marked shiny. as you do. I found this random deerling. Just running around in the game. It was just on the ground, and I was like, oh, hey, that deerling looks different. My friend QB sent me this Makuhita. I think it was in trade for something else. I can't remember what we traded. I found a Nimble, which I honestly kind of like better than the normal colors for it. It just looks... I like it. It's cute. Shiny Love Disc. Who is my baby. And then I got sent a shiny Sawsbuck on Christmas. And those are the ones I have in this game currently. I love bootleg merch. It's always so funny. Yeah, the cotton candy dimension is a little bit unclear about when it happens versus when it doesn't. No worries, we only started streaming about like 20 minutes ago. You didn't really miss much. We've just been, you know, hatching birds. I think my favorite part is, of this game specifically, like, glitch-wise, I've noticed that when you are doing wonder trading, at least for me, at the very last second after you get the Pokemon, there's something with the cameras. I don't know why it does this, but for just a second there's a flash on the screen of the Pokemon you just got, but it's super big. Like, it zooms in really close for some reason. It's very funny. I have about 3.5 boxes, and we'll be able to get more, probably. I also have map parts to do that I am not doing. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you. I made it last night. Graphic design is my passion. It would have been really funny if I had just copied the graphic design as my passion frog. Thank you. This is like one of my favorite color mixes of all times, is like yellow, the kind of faded yellow and brown, and then just a little bit of blue. I think it's really pretty. Well, I'm hunting Oricorio because I have a competitive team I want to make that is fully based around Oricorio's ability, which is Dancer. So when other Pokemon use a dance move around Oricorio, it will automatically copy it, which means if I have an Oricorio and, say, a Quaquaval, and the Quaquaval uses Aqua Step, the Oricorio can also use Aqua Step, but also use whatever it was going to use in that turn, so you basically get 3 attacks in one turn. It'll also copy moves like Dragon Dance, Petal Dance, all that stuff. Josephine, please get your little head off my keyboard. But I was like, if I'm gonna have this whole competitive team, I'm gonna, you know, I want to breed them up and have them in special balls and all that stuff. And the ones that I like the shinies of, I want to have shiny. So once I get this Oricorio, we're gonna start Noivern. Oh, that's really easy. Lithops. I want a Pokemon based off of Lithops. It's my favorite plant. It is a type of succulent, more commonly known as butt flower, because it's just two little bits and then the flower comes right up out of the middle. And I don't know how they would translate that to a Pokemon, but I would love to see it. Ooh, Snapdragon would also be really good, especially if it became Grass Ghost, because Snapdragons, if you look them up, their seed pods look like little skulls. It's really cool. Oh, Weepinbell and Victreebel are also carnivorous Pokemon. They're based off of, oh, what's the name? Pitcher plants. That's why James's Victreebel was always trying to eat him. And I believe also that, I'm blanking on the name of it. It's like Vileplume. Vileplume is based on a Rafflesia. But I mean, I would never say no to more carnivorous plant Pokemon. Ooh, Pampas Grass. Pampas Grass would be good like Grass Steel, because all I remember about Pampas Grass is every time I've touched it, it has cut me. That stuff does not like me. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're a 10-year-old in the Pokemon universe, you're allowed to just have God in your pocket. So, like, carnivorous plants really don't, they're not that bad, comparatively. What would the Bush Clan leaders be if they were Pokemon? That's a hard question. Cause like, there's some obvious choices, like, you know, making Chantrell Star a Pyroar. But that doesn't really fit. Josephine, stop. Stop it. She's chewing on things that she shouldn't be chewing on. No, stop that. I think that's something I would need to think more about. I get very picky about things like assigning characters, Pokemon, or songs or whatever. Because I want it to match really well. The shiny of Oricorio, the yellow bits are white and the white bits are yellow. So it's nice and subtle, but it's still good looking. Ooh, a giant ground sloth. I love ground sloths. My favorite extinct animal personally is Entelodont, which is just a giant, like, they call it the hell pig. It's not as piggish as you think it will be, but its skeleton is insane. I mean, it probably does not look the way most people draw it because they just, you know, stretch skin saran wrapped over the skeleton instead of giving it any fat or muscle. But, like, I think even with fat and muscle, Entelodont would probably be terrifying. I feel like we could also use some more, like, water prehistoric Pokemon. Like, we have Anorith, which is a great one. Totally happy with that, but imagine like a Helicoprion Pokemon. For those that don't know, Helicoprion is that old, like, shark that has the big saw jaw. So it's like the jaw just comes out and goes in a little circle and is just covered in teeth. That would be so easy to turn into like a buzzsaw shark Pokemon, and it's wild to me that they haven't done it yet. Yeah, like I was saying before, my superpower is just knowing random, weird, obscure animal facts. This is Pokemon Scarlet. So, the newest one. Oh, you know, it would be also really cute if they did like a nurse shark, but leaned into the nurse idea. So it's a shark Pokemon that like goes around healing people, and it's mostly a support Pokemon. Yeah, a nursing shark fairy type, that's a great idea. Oh, did they? I haven't caught up with Subjectively in a while. I've watched some of their videos and I really like them, but I have not caught up with them. So if they already did the Helicoprion, well, that's egg on my face, but also I'm glad someone did it. Some people say that Chansey is an axolotl, and yeah, Wooper. Wooper is definitely meant to be axolotl adjacent. Oh, little Remora followers. The Remora could be the text. That would be really cute. Yeah, I saw the video earlier that they put out about the Mazza region. I haven't looked at it yet, because I feel like I'm so behind. I have to go back and watch all the design for it. Yeah, I feel like it's fun when you're in a group chat with people from all over the place. Like, one of my very good friends lives in Portugal, so I always like to leave her things to wake up to. Because obviously we're on basically opposite schedules. I'm just glad there's finally a scarab Pokemon, because I don't know if I mentioned this before, but my middle name is a reference to an Egyptian scarab god. So it was basically like they made Rabsca for me. Yeah, there should be a hairless cat Pokemon. But I'm just saying that because I love hairless cats. I'm biased. I feel like hairless cat would be really good for just like maybe normal dark or like I don't know. Fire type hairless cat would also work. I mean, you honestly could. I feel like every Pokemon could be any type if you are creative about it. And like that is the fun of Fakemon, is that you just kind of you can do whatever really. Yeah, if you could stylize Espeon as a hairless cat, and I think that would work. Oh, poisonous Bingus Kitty. Nyoko, I am not familiar with what that is, and you're gonna have to tell me because it already sounds really good. I love anything that begins with an X in his lung. Oh, Dante from Coco. Okay, I know what you mean now. That specific breed of dog. That would be really cute. I love how immediately when someone says Dante from Coco, we're all like, ah. Real talk, I have not been able to watch Coco without crying. Like I will fully dox myself. Most Disney movies, at least the first time I watched them, I cry. Encanto too. Encanto messed me up. You know, I haven't seen Book of Life. Which I know is unforgivable. There's a lot of good movies that I haven't seen that I need to. Just because I don't see movies in theaters, and I didn't even before the panorama. I have not seen Puss in Boots and the Last Wish either, but I am going to. I've heard nothing but good things, and everything I've seen of it, like, commercials and stuff, just looks fantastic. It looks like it's got that same thing going on as, Spider-Verse where it's very stylized and kind of painterly, and I love that. I love that more studios are doing that, and it's just become a normal way to stylize your movies. I think Arcane did something similar too. Arcane I have also not seen, but I have a friend who really likes it, who wants to watch it with me, so I'm saving it. I've not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, but that's another one that I've heard is very good. Oh, it's raining. I'm just running around in the rain on my dog. Yeah, again, the second it came out, like, I was seeing nothing but animation memes all over my feed of people being like, I care so much about this cat. So I'm legally obligated to watch it. I just have to set aside the time. I also feel like I need to see, is it Wendell and Wild? That new stop motion movie? That also looked really good. There's a lot of really good animation coming out recently. That's why I haven't seen so much of it, because there's so much of it to see. And like, I feel like that's a great problem to have, is oh my gosh, there's so much good stuff that I haven't been able to see all of it. Oh no, I'm overflowing with good things that exist that I could watch. What a terrible fate. In Scarlet and Violet, the way that you breed is you set up a picnic and you make a sandwich, and if the Pokemon in your party are capable of breeding, they will put eggs in the basket for you. So it's honestly a lot easier than it used to be. You don't have to go to a specific place, you can just set up anywhere. You actually might have to watch me do it if I run out of eggs. Yeah, I may Wonder Trade again if I get to the end of this batch, because I have a lot of Oricorio. Yeah, I've heard good things about Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. It's, I like it in this game because it is so much faster. I did the bulk of my breeding in Generation 6. And when you had to, like, it just took forever. In this, I can just farm up a ton of boxes of eggs and then just zoom through them. And I can, like, when I'm getting the eggs, I can just, like, watch something in another tab or whatever. But I think it's definitely very, like everything about Pokemon, it's very dependent on your personality and how you like to play the game. I feel like a lot of people get very caught up in the right way to play Pokemon, like the right way to, you know, this is the right team to have, and this is the right spread of typings to do, and this is the order you need to do things in. Eh. Yeah, but see, with Gen 6, what I would do is I would farm up a ton of eggs, and then I would fly to Lumiose City and put a coin under my joystick so I would automatically run in a circle. But with that, like in this game, you can switch out Pokemon into your boxes every time an egg hatches. With that one, I had to put 5 eggs in my party and go around in a circle until they were all hatched and then swap them out. And it was just... I did it, but it took a million years. I am not on any sandwiches currently. I save my sandwiches for farming up eggs and don't use them for hatching. I could, it might make it go faster, but it goes pretty fast anyway. I'm a boar. I mean, technically, I believe that boars and pigs, the words are interchangeable enough that you can use either for me, and that's fine. But I am meant to be a wild boar, yes. If I were a domestic pig, I would have a lot less of a mane. Side note, domestic pigs, people do not realize how big they get. Like, because I really, just in general, I really like pigs. They're some of my favorite animals. I think they're incredibly smart, and people don't give them enough credit. But they will get like 6 or 7 feet long. People are like, oh, toy pigs, teacup pigs, mini pigs. Most of the mini pigs you're getting sold are just piglets, and they will get bigger. It's a huge racket, and it's not good for them either. Yeah, I am just a wild boar IRL. I'm holding my Pro Controller with my little hoofies. The stream layout took me maybe like... I want to say like an hour and a half. Mostly it was just getting everything sized to where I wanted it and where it would still be visible. Yeah, they get big real quick. And they are very smart. Having a pig is basically like having a 7-foot-long 5-year-old in your house. It's like people who buy parrots and don't realize how smart parrots are and how much space they require. It's the same exact deal. That's one of the besides, you know, the Judaism, part of the reason I don't eat pork is just because they're so smart. It feels weird to eat them. It's the same thing with octopi. I don't eat octopus because it feels too close to eating another sentient being. Like, no shade to anyone who does eat pork or octopus, by the way. Like, that's fine. It's a personal preference. But, like, that's why I don't. Yes, I am Jewish. That's one of the reasons my persona is a boar, because I thought it was funny to be not kosher. Aw, pitties! I love pitties. Like, I'm a very small person, and I didn't grow up with dogs. I'm not super good at reading dogs, so I don't interact with dogs very well. But I love to admire dogs from afar. And I think all the big, like, the, quote-unquote bully breeds are so great. They're just such big love bugs. Yeah, that's very fair about lobsters and crabs. I always had that problem with them too. I've come around on crabs a little, if only because I now live in a place that has a lot of crab, and I like crab. And crabs, not to dunk on crabs, they're not very smart. But that's kind of where I'm at in my life too, where I'm just like, I have my own preferences and other people have their own preferences, and generally that's fine. A lot of people are like, well, if you think this one thing, then you're judging me because I think a different thing. I don't think that's necessarily true or how it has to be. The only time I judge you is if your preferences are like actively hurting people, and then they're not preferences, they're just you being a jerk. Ooh, what kind of spider? I have a friend who has a tarantula. I love tarantulas. They are just little anxiety creatures. Everybody always so scared of tarantulas, and meanwhile the tarantula's like, my water dish moved 1 inch to the left. I have to pluck out all of my hair and throw a tantrum. Oh, jumping spiders are so cute. They got those big ol' eyes. I definitely used to be very arachnophobic. I still am. I don't like spiders near me. But from afar, I can admire them. I think they're really cool animals. And I honestly, this is gonna sound weird, I prefer big spiders. Like, if I had a choice between having a tiny little spider in my room or a tarantula in my room, I would 100% prefer the tarantula because I can see it. I know where it is. I can keep an eye on it. One of my dreams is to get a blue-tongued skink. I used to have one when I was younger. And, you know, as blue-tongued skinks do, it eventually passed away, but I would love another one. They're so fat. I also would love a snake. I used to keep snakes. I used to have garter snakes. And they are just the snuggliest little babies. Ooh, a corn snake is a good choice. They're in the same, like, family as garters, where they just want to be your friends. Oh, a hognose. I love hognoses. They're so full of personality. Dumbo rats, also very good. I had rats for a while. I will not have rats again, probably, because the thing about rats is they do not live very long, and they're very prone to health problems. And, you know, if you're prepared for that, you can have a wonderful, fulfilling time with your rat. But it's sad to kind of have to, like, every couple of years or so to see your pet decline. I don't enjoy it personally. It's just a normal part of life and everything, so it's, you know, it's not anything anyone's doing wrong when they're keeping rats, it's just, it makes me sad. No, Scarlet is, like, absolutely no hate to Violet. Scarlet is the better choice. We get Leg Dog and we get Hot Mom. Thank you. Chickens! I had chickens! Okay, here's a very important story, some PB lore for you. When I was younger, obviously Magic School Bus was a big thing, like the original Magic School Bus, and it was still airing on TV. And they did that episode where they went inside of the chicken egg and watched the chicken hatch. And so, me, my very smart, like, little baby brain was like, I want to do that. So I went into the kitchen and got an egg out of the fridge and put it under a lamp. Like, just a normal lamp, not a heat lamp, because I didn't know. And so my mom came in to see me doing this and was like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm hatching a chicken. And she had to explain to me that that was not how that worked, and that egg was not going to hatch into a chicken. And for the next, like, 5 or 6 months, I would not stop asking to buy a chicken. I would not give it up. This was my new goal in life. So eventually we got a chicken. We went to, there was a local, like, livestock 4-H kind of fair that happened every year, and they would obviously sell chicks and things. And I bought a chicken, and she was my beloved chicken, and we had her for years and years and years. She was an Oricana, and her name was Stripey. Oh! Thank you, All Kitty, if you're in here. That's one of the assets I still need to fix. I need to, because I found, like, a downloadable kind of 70s looking thing, and used it for a bit, and then I was like, I just want to make my own. But I still have some of the assets in here that I haven't finished swapping over. Yeah, I love when they do that in elementary schools. We did that in mine. We hatched quail. And I was the only student in the entire class who wanted to stay inside during recess and watch the quail hatch instead of going outside to play. So I was the only one that got to watch it. Because I was the only one with taste. Bye! Good luck with your dishes. Oh, props for mealworms. I had a backyard once. I mean, I had a backyard multiple times, but a specific backyard I had was one that was just full of these, like, fluffy orange caterpillars, or centipedes. I'm not quite sure what they were. The point is, I put them in a little mesh cage that I got that was like a, you know, collecting bugs kit for kids thing, and I put them in there and they ate their way out immediately and just lived in my room for a while. 100% they were definitely poisonous, and it's incredible that I did not get poisoned. Listen. I had a backyard once. I mean, for goodness sake. Yeah, your joke super broke the stream, thanks. Am I back? Did we do it? Am I alive? My goodness. Yeah, how dare you be funny? This is all your fault. Yeah, I got sent to EBDB. My internet connection just straight up decided to not. But hey, it's a good sign that it came back. Yeah, no more funny ha-has. Only very serious bird hatching hours. Caterpillars are a good obsession to have. I love them. So funny. Snowscaped, you're banned. Yeah, they super did, Naoko. The poisonous centipedes crawled into my room and unplugged my computer. Side note, glad to see you in here. I have to watch the video you posted. Tried to feed them stickers. I feel like that's very kid-core, is just having a small animal that you picked up somewhere and you have no idea how to take care of it, but by gosh, it's your favorite thing now. I did that with snails and slugs too. I would put them in little Tupperwares with grass and stuff and just carry them around. I just always liked weird animals. Part of it was definitely growing up on PBS as a child, because most of what I would watch was nature programs. I once smuggled a frog home from a lake in my boot. I love it. I'm trying to think of any other weird animal stories I have. Sure, give me the funny kind of animal story. Oh no. So what you're saying is you are a reincarnation of that guinea pig. Yeah, I feel like so many people have done that, the taking the egg out of the fridge and trying to hatch it thing. Like, not everyone, obviously, but it's something that a lot of kids do. It's true, sometimes you do just gotta make little noises. A lot of the time my partner and I will communicate just by making noises at each other, like we don't talk. You're not awake enough for words, so you just make little sounds. Hello! Oh, nighttime butterflies, that is cute. This is Pokemon Scarlet, so the newest one. That's actually really cute. The noise thing snowscaped. See, Inertia, I didn't have to get stitches, but I did also do something similar to that. I have a scar right next to my eye from where, So this is why you need to drink your water. I was dehydrated. And I went in a hot tub with one of my friends, because she had a hot tub in her backyard, as you do. And it was super cold out, so it was really hot in the hot tub, but super cold. And I was very dehydrated, and I got out of the hot tub and just, like, immediately fell and hit my face on a door because I couldn't balance, because I was so dehydrated. So now I've got, like, a little scar right next to my eye. Oh, the floating coffee cup's back! The true hero of the stream. Story behind the name Possum Breath. Yes, it is a... bleh. I can talk. It's a reference to Gravity Falls. There's a throwaway line in one of the finale episodes where Stan calls Fiddleford Possum Breath, and I stole that. And then someone pointed out to me it was a legal warrior cat's name, and then I blacked out and woke up with fan clans. I also have a scar on the other side of the same eye from where they had to go in to get out a stone that had formed in my tear duct. Like, there's no other way to say it. You know how some people get kidney stones? My tear duct made a stone. And it was blocking my tear duct, which, as you can imagine, is not good for you. So they just went in there and they were like, okay, we're gonna unlock this tear duct. We don't know why it's stuck. And I woke up from the surgery and they were like, we found a rock in your face. And I was like, that's awesome. Yes, there is an opossum named Stabby in the comics. I wanted to keep it, they didn't give it to me. They had to take it to, like, analyze it to make sure there wasn't anything weird going on with it besides it just being a rock. But if they had let me keep it, I would have kept it. Also, yeah, of course Fiddleford McGucket equals LGBTQ. That man is at the very least bisexual. He loved his wife, also he will love his boyfriend. But, like, we don't have time for me to go into my Fiddleford McGucket opinions. He is my Blorbo, and you don't want to get me started. Oh, I've heard of Smile for Me. I need to play it, it looks good. Weirdest fictional character I have a crush on. Okay, well that... Because there's a big difference between weirdest fictional character I have had a crush on and weirdest fictional character I currently have a crush on. Cotton Ram, true, they were science roommates. Okay, here's the really big thing, is that, like, you know how some people just have their favorite character and I ship them with everyone? That's me with Fiddleford. Like, I like him with his actual wife, which is apparently weird. Mostly because she doesn't really exist as a character, she's just mentioned, so I guess people keep forgetting about her. But I don't forget about her! I'm a one-man MMA fandom. I like him shipped with Stanford. I am a big fan of him with Stan Lee. Fiddlestan is good, y'all are just mean. I actually have a Gravity Falls AU that I need to do more with that is called the Traveling Salesman AU, where Fiddleford, his wife, and Stan are in a polyamorous relationship and Ford is just there and has to deal with it, and it's very funny. Ford squared. But yeah, basically every time someone is like, Fiddleford's wife was just a beard, or I'm gonna write her out of the story because she's not important, or whatever, I become more intense about making her a character. No, pettiness really is the best writing fuel. I mean, that's why I write Warrior Cats fanfiction, because I read the books and I was like, these could be written better, and by goodness, I can be someone to do it. Like, I'm trying to think, because I don't have, like, I don't really do crushes on fictional characters anymore. Like, there's fictional characters that I think are attractive, but I don't really ship myself with them in that way. Like you do when you're a kid and it's just kind of innocent, cute, like, what if we held hands sort of thing. I think the only one that, like, I genuinely ship myself with and genuinely have a crush on is Harvey from Stardew, which people would say is weird because nobody likes Harvey except for me for some reason. My earliest animated crush, though, if we're going, like, all the way back, the very first fictional character I ever, like, consciously had a crush on was Mewtwo from the first Pokemon movie. No, dude, people always are like, Harvey, his mustache is gross, and, like, he's boring. And he's just, like, a boring old guy. People are always, like, making fun of him. Meanwhile, I'm out here like he's literally the only male character who is marriage material. All the rest of them are man-children. Or Shane, who is my very best friend, who I love and respect, but would never date. Yeah, I mean, Dr. Owl, there's that fic exists for, like, every fandom. Like, if you can name a fandom, there's at least one fic of every specific trope for it. It's why I actually don't read a lot of fic, because I've found that a lot of it is just, like, the same story, but with names and faces inserted from the thing, and it doesn't take into account the actual characters from the story. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you'll read a fan fiction and you're like, I mean, this is nice, but these aren't the characters. This is just that specific plot that people want to read. And that's not satisfying for me. So I don't read a lot of fic because it's hard to wade through it to find the people that are actually writing about the characters, as opposed to just, what if we wrote the same coffee shop AU, but it had this name and this face in it? Listen, I think, here's my thing about Pokemon, especially legendary Pokemon, like Mewtwo and Calyrex. Oh, thank you. They can talk. They are clearly human-level intelligent. And I think in that way it is perfectly, it's like the Steve Harkness test. Like, is it an adult of its species? Can it consent? Can you communicate with it? Is it sentient? If the answer to all of those is yes, then you're Gucci. And like it also, like, with fictional crushes, that's the whole thing, is they're fictional. Like, there are characters that I have had crushes on that I think in real life I would never want to be around. But that's, you know, the separation between fiction and reality. If you have a healthy boundary there, what you enjoy in fiction, like, I don't know where I'm going with this. My point is that, like, you can enjoy stuff in fiction that you would not enjoy in real life if you keep a healthy, sensible boundary. The weirdest thing I've seen come out of the Warriors community. I'm very new to the Warriors community, so honestly I couldn't tell you. Nothing I've seen out of it has been weirder than anything else I've encountered in any other fandom. But for context, I used to be in Homestuck fandom, and before that I was in, like, really early internet misscribed Cassandra Clare era Harry Potter fandom, so it takes a lot to make me think something is weird. Yeah, Homestuck. I started reading Homestuck before the trolls were introduced. I started reading Homestuck when it was just the kid characters. And I am one of the few people that was like, I wish we could just go back to that, because this has got weird and dumb and confusing. Like, I like the trolls too, but I wanted more John. Nah, I haven't read Vast Error. That's another thing. Like, by the time I was into Homestuck, I was also out of reading fanfiction. I just get too picky. And I don't really have the time to spend, like, wading through everything on AO3 to find the good stuff. Shiny Oricorio, the yellow is white and the white is yellow. How do you draw water? Don't know. Good luck. I mean, listen, I'm one of those people that is like, have you read Problem Sleuth? Like, unironically, I like Problem Sleuth better than Homestuck. I think it's more tightly written, it's easier to get through, it's funnier. But, you know, people always forget about it. Also, yeah, we love our aces. I don't know why this chat has such a huge percentage of aces, but I'm glad y'all are here. Honestly, there's always more people like you than you think there are, is what I've learned being on the internet these many years. If you feel a certain way, there's always someone else out there who'll understand. You just have to find them. My opinion on Rain World, I've not played it. I've heard it's very good. A lot of the questions you ask me are going to be like, oh, I haven't seen it, oh, I haven't played it, because I'm old and tired and I have such a huge backlog of things I need to experience. I mean, the great thing is that you don't need to have everything figured out. The way that the human brain works and the way that, you know, sexuality and romantic feeling and all of that and gender work is... There's no way that you're gonna get it right the first time. It's a process. It's something that you need to, like... What the important part is that in this moment, you are comfortable with who you are, and if your labels change later, that's fine. That happens. You know, if you pick one label and then go back to an older label because that feels better, the important thing is that what you use to describe yourself makes you feel comfortable. People get really weird about it where they're like, oh, you know, you said you were this, but now you're this, you're being dishonest or whatever, and that's really not how it works, and it discourages people from thinking about it and from exploring their own gender because they're afraid of getting called out for being wrong. You can't be wrong about your own gender. Even if your label is I don't have a label, that's still correct. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to label yourself. The important thing is that you feel comfortable in your own skin, and you know who you are. And anybody else who really likes you, they're not going to be like, well, you said you were this, but now you're that, or I don't know what that label means. They'll just be like, yeah, cool, good, moving on. You weren't gay when you were born? I'm sorry, Cotton Ram. I know that's kind of, like, that's sad, but that's also really funny. I got an F in gender. That's another place where I'm at, like, you know, that's why I'm doing streams with my voice, even though my voice doesn't sound very masculine. It's why I haven't got surgery or started tea or anything, because I know I'm a guy. I'm very comfortable with being a guy, and I don't particularly care what strangers think about it, because their opinion isn't relevant, you know? I think it's opt-in inertia. I think that if you feel like that word is good for you, then that word is good for you. I think gatekeeping labels and getting really persnickety about what they mean and who's allowed to use them is just dividing the community in a way that it doesn't need to happen. We should be supporting each other instead of being like, well, that's technically not what that means, you know? If we agree everything's on a spectrum and everything is very personal, then we need to actually put our money where our mouth is and support people. Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't need to come out to anyone you don't want to. You don't need to tell anyone who doesn't need to know. I mean, like, when I worked at Starbucks, I had my name, my very masculine name that I go by on my, you know, my apron, and people would always be like, oh, hi, you've got a boy's name. And I'd be like, yeah, my parents really wanted a boy. Because there's just, I'm not going to explain to someone through a Starbucks window what being trans is. I'm never gonna see them again, it does not matter. Yeah, honestly, this chat is very good. This is why I like doing this kind of gameplay instead of like really serious, intense gameplay where it's just, I like just being able to chat and vibe. I thought it was going to be difficult to keep a conversation going, but like, we've covered a lot of very important topics. Oh, hello, Mr. Man. My old man kitty has come up on my bed. Are you going to do crimes? Or are you gonna lay down? It also definitely is harder when you're younger and you're still beholden to your parents and things like that. Like, again, I'm almost 30. I am in a little bit of a different situation. When I was still living with my grandparents, boy howdy was I a cis girl. You know? You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe. Demigirl is good. Demigirl, Demiboy. I think they're very, like, they're good words for when you feel kind of like, I don't know. And I feel like a lot of people have that feeling about their gender, where they're like, I mean, I sometimes have gender, I don't know. My pronouns are he, him, his. Pretty easy to remember. Bye, Fluffy. I think my favorite thing I've seen recently is people having gender flag. Like, there's gender flags, you know, I'm identify as male, I'm trans, whatever. I've seen people doing flags specifically for characters that they identify with. Like, my gender is Twizzly Gummy Cookie or whatever. And I think that is incredible. Like, instead of going into a deep philosophical whatever about how you relate to your gender and biology and all that, you're just like, yeah, I'm just a cookie with a gun. That's the description of my gender. I think that's incredibly powerful. Just the mullet. Yeah, fair enough. That is nice. I genuinely think, like, I know things still stink for a lot of people in a lot of ways. But growing up when I did, it's hard to explain how far everything has come. If that makes sense. Like, I was born in 1993, and I've seen a lot of terrible things happen and a lot of societal changes happen. And I remember when growing up, gay was a swear word. So it's just really, it's nice to see how far it's all come, I guess. And that kids who are my age are able, like, kids who were the age I was when all that was happening have so much more opportunity to kind of, like, find their place and explore who they are and be secure in that. Because boy howdy, I did not have that. Oh. Mr. Man is being a good boy and just sitting down and not doing crimes. Good for him. That's a good boy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, you know, like I said, that kind of stuff hasn't really gone away. It's gotten better, but it hasn't gone away. Because people is the same, unfortunately. Good for your jumping spider. Excellent eating. Yeah, Nyoko's correct. Everybody, feed your animals, drink some water, take your meds. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. The really fun part is I realized I was a trans guy when I was going to an all-girls boarding school. So there is nothing to make you realize you aren't a girl than when everyone is constantly calling you ladies. I mean, honestly, it was honestly, it was fine, and I mean that, like, not to, discourage that it was difficult, but more like that is why I have this view that what matters is that I know who I am, and the people who I care about know who I am, and I don't care what everybody else thinks. Because that was the best way to get through it. I was like, yeah, I mean, they're gonna call me ladies, they don't know, and I'm not gonna bother with it, because I'm never gonna see these people again after I graduate. And it kind of, like, really got me very secure in my identity very quickly. My favorite thing is that when my partner and I go out, we like to play sisters or lesbians. Because we both read as very feminine. Obviously they are, non-gender with left beef and I'm a guy. But when we're out at, like, restaurants or whatever, people assume that we're two women. So we try to figure out if they think that we're sisters or lesbians, and usually we can tell by which one they give the check to. If they give my partner the check, that means they think that they're the older sister and are paying. If they give me the check, they think I'm the butch, which is technically correct. Alright, I am out of eggs. Do we want to wonder trade some birds, or do we want to go and collect more eggs? Also, yeah, good, Solana. Solando? No, Solana, okay. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah, good. I'm glad that you broke up. I got really lucky that my boyfriend at the time was extremely understanding. I basically told him, I was like, yeah, I think I'm a guy. And he was like, okay, cool. So you're gonna eat one of the biggest burgers that we can find, and you're gonna pee in an alley. I'm gonna teach you how to be a boy. And I was like, alright, cool. It took me a couple tries. But I figured that, you know, the .exe at the end obviously wasn't part of it. Cool. Inertia, I think the real answer is that it doesn't matter. Like, I know that sounds like a cop-out. Oh my goodness, is that a shiny Fluttermane? Oh, it's a... gotcha. It's a hacked one. But, like, real talk, I don't mean it doesn't matter as in it's not important, but I mean it doesn't matter as in the important part is that you and your partner love each other and you're comfortable with who you are together, you know? I have a box named Disappointments for hacked Pokemon. Real! I mean, there's definitely nothing wrong with overthinking things. Especially, you know, not to sound like an old man, but now there's a big kind of vibe about having all your labels listed out and having everything figured out. And just everything down to the minutia. And you don't need to do that. Like, you can. For some people it makes them feel very secure and it makes them feel like comfortable with who they are, that they can tell other people, look, all these little details about me, this is what they are, now you know. But you don't have to do that. I did not see the Tumblr post, but that's really funny. Like, I think, going back to the, you know, serious topic at hand, I think a lot of people at this point do certain things less for themselves and more for the people around them. And I don't think that's a good way to spend your time. Like, if you're gonna put a whole bunch of labels in your About Me page or whatever, it should be because they are labels that make you feel happy and comfortable, and you want other people to know them, and not because you think you have to put them there. Because everybody else is doing it. It should be something for you, primarily. Because they're, you know, your labels, your pronouns. And that's the other reason you don't need to put everything, because a lot of the stuff other people don't need to know, you know? It's not their business. Yeah, we got a Snom, we can stop now. I'm never gonna get a better Pokemon. Non-binary wolf person, heck yeah. That's the dream. We do stand Snom. Snom is one of my partner's favorite Pokemon. They love Frostmoth. Mostly because their fursona is like a cat moth. So Frostmoth is basically just their fursona, but a Pokemon. It's really gorgeous. I love Frostmoth. Honestly, Sword and Shield, like... Sword and Shield is really good for me, specifically as a person who loves bug types, because Sword and Shield had a lot of really good bug types. And a lot of really good, like, bug-adjacent types. Like, Fullink isn't a bug, but it's basically a bug. Oh, heck, a Magikarp! Whoa! So I love in this game how the Magikarp, like, will just beach themselves and then start hopping super high. It's really funny. They did a good job on the Pokemon animations in this. Ooh, a Sinistea in a luxury bowl. I wonder if it's authentic. Oh, I definitely am gonna get- I've got so many Froakies. I'm assuming you mean in Cult of the Lamb, Rainstorm, because otherwise you might want to get that checked out. Iron Valiant, very non-binary. Iron Valiant's gender is knight. Wonder Trade Bingo, that's a good idea, actually. Just like, Froakie, Charizard, Hacked Pokemon, Level 5 First Root Pokemon, Eevee. Advice on building characters' personalities and hobbies. I kind of, like... You can see in my various videos that I sort of work outward. Like, I'll decide on one thing and just kind of work around that in a big circle, if that makes sense. So, like, for all of my clans, I have a starting point idea that the whole clan will have this kind of thing in common, and then I look at the character and I go, how did they specifically embody this wider thing? And then that informs them as a character and what they like. So I guess my advice is like, where is that character in your story? What are they doing? What do you need from them? Like, what would it make sense for them to be like and be into? Also, like, if all else fails, just make them into something that you're into. Something that you think is really cool and could talk about a lot. Because that'll make it easier for you to write about it. Also, yes, I will go heal my Larvesta. Come on. Get up there. I accidentally sent it out to auto battle while I was hatching eggs off stream, and then forgot to fix it. Yeah, you totally can, Susan. It's like, I'm not the only person who's had the idea to change the roles in the clans. I know that Tennille Flowers has, like, I think they're called keepers, and I know that other people doing this challenge have also made change to how the clans function. So you are totally welcome to take that idea, move it around, change it, use it just as it is. Whatever makes your heart happy. Are we naming the Larvesta? Volcano the Larvesta, are we decided? Alright, her name is Volcano. I'm never gonna evolve her, by the way. Like, I like Volcarona a lot, but Larvesta is just so much cuter. Oh, trust me, Adamarie, we have been very anti-medicine cat rule on this channel for forever. I think it's very silly. I get why it exists in the Warrior Cats canon, even if I think the logic is flawed. But I also think that this far along, the cat should have realized that it was dumb and changed it. You know? Like, the only reason I've ever seen given is that, well, you know, what happens if the medicine cat is pregnant and something bad happens? And first of all, like, what if your medicine cat is male? And the other reason that people give is like, well, what if they get, you know, they give preferential treatment? And you can do that with cats that aren't in your family. Like, being biased isn't something that only happens when you have a mate and children. Also, it could be super solved by just having multiple medicine cats, which they should do anyway. Listen, if we, like... This is why I write stories about cats that aren't related to the main clans, because there's so much there to try and fix that I just don't want to deal with it. We just have to start over. My favorite anime? That's hard, because I do like a lot. I'm gonna have to say Princess Tutu. I really like Princess Tutu. It's a little bit older, but it holds up really well. Ah, there's the Brokey. It's not very long, either, which is nice. It kind of gets in and gets out and does what it needs to do. And it's, like, I also really like the exploration of, like, fate and stories and, like, how fairy tales work with the backdrop of ballet. I watched it with someone who took ballet, so they were able to explain to me what all the ballet movements meant, and that really made it so much better. Yeah! Okay, Susan, that is my biggest problem. Like, dude... I have a lot of feelings about StarClan and how StarClan is handled. I think it's super neat that they're just, like, dead cats who don't totally know what's going on, but also I think that they are massive hypocrites, and they're messing with cats in a way that they shouldn't be allowed to, and someone needs to call them out on it. Like, it is nonsense to be like, you have to have these cats because they're part of a prophecy, you know, but also we're gonna punish you for doing the thing we told you to do. Like, bruh. Princess Tutu. It's a retelling of the Swan Princess very loosely, Swan Lake. So the main character's name is Ahiru, or Duck if you're watching the dub, and she is a duck who can turn into a person, and she goes to ballet school. And then there's the Black Swan, Rue, who is great and I love her, and Prince Muto and Fakir, who is a knight, essentially, is his role. And the great thing about Princess Tutu, by the way, is that all the four main characters, like, no matter what you ship, you're good. Because, like, you can ship all four of them in a big polycule, you can ship all of them as just friends and nothing is romantic, you can ship the boys together, you can ship the girls together, you can, like, every possible configuration works. It's great. Yeah, okay, Scribbleheart, you are speaking my language. Cause, like, my thing is, these are feral cats living in the woods, but they are essentially a fundamentalist Christian cult, and that feels weird to me. Like, it's not subtle. As someone who's one of my pet interests is studying religions and religiosity, like, it's so odd. Like, and not only that, but like, they're four different fundamentalist religious cults who are exactly the same, but hate each other because of imagined differences that they made up. Like, If I really felt like it, I could do a whole... There's another Froakie. I could do just a whole video about, like, the religiosity in the clans and how I think about it and how I do not like how it's handled. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I really love the concept of StarClan as it is. I love the idea of these cats that the living cats think are so smart and so great, but they're just up there in cat heaven and they don't know what's going on either. And I feel like there's so much cool stuff to be done with that, and the errands don't do any of it. Like, they have that problem with a lot of things in the books, I've noticed. So not just the whole StarClan situation, but pretty much everything. Also, Yellowfang is really good, and I love her, and we don't talk about later canon Yellowfang. She's not real. StarClan Yellowfang isn't real, she can't hurt you. Yeah, they've just slowly, the Pokemon have just kind of slowly arrived to look at me. I love how in this game Pokemon will like watch you battle and get worried about it. It's really funny. Oh, Scribbleheart. Okay, so in my other fan clan, not the Bush Clan story, but my like other fan clan that I haven't posted much about, that actually happens. Essentially, the longer a cat has been dead, the more kind of abstract they get. And so cats in these clans take naming very, very seriously because a cat's name will influence kind of what they become after they pass away. So like one of the very first medicine cats, which I need to find a new name for now, her name was Moonface, and so in death, when she appears to cats to give visions and talk to them and stuff, she's just like a dark void of cat-shaped stars, and then her face is a literal moon. Because like that absolutely was the other thing. At the very beginning of the story, StarClan seemed so like cool and mysterious, and then the more we got to know about it, the more it was like, oh, this is not like, this is not as cool as I was led to believe. I think basically anything anyone could do with StarClan would be more interesting than what the Errands have done. Yeah, I'm excited to start going into those clans too. I haven't, obviously, because I've been busy with Bush Clan. And then the StarClan cats in Bush Clan story are also going to be different. Because they have a big thing about water, more than stars. So I'm still working out exactly how that's going to work. I want to do a video on it when I've got it more finalized, but they are also going to work a little bit differently than normal StarClan cats in canon do. And also my cats are going to be like slightly less weird about how they interact with them, because that personally just makes me uncomfortable. They live on the moon. That's cool. I like that, actually. Like, having StarClan literally be in the stars is such a cool idea. Which, again, like, fans do better than the Errands. Like, some of the designs for StarClan cats I've seen are just so gorgeous. Like, with all the stars in their pelts or, like, constellation-y bits. Yeah, honestly, I'm a fan of Warriors fandom more than I am a fan of Warriors itself. And I think a lot of other people are the same way. Yeah, naming cats by disability is like that's the other thing. I think it would be cool if their name was changed like you survived this horrible thing and you're so strong and this is a mark of your strength, but it's never that. It's always like, "Oh, well, bad thing happened to you, now you get to be named after your trauma." And it's like, "Oh, okay. I guess we're doing that now." Ooh, Alebrijes! That's such a good idea. It's very, like, I think this fandom is better than the books that it came from, and that's the best kind of fandom. Is the one where, like, even if you don't, read the books anymore, it doesn't really matter because the important part is the people around you and the creative stuff that you do together. That's kind of how Homestuck became after a while. Like, I was in the Homestuck fandom for a long time after I stopped caring about Homestuck. That's so neat. This is what I mean. Like, just let us write the books. Everything people have said in this chat is better than what the errands are doing. Oh, Twig Branch. I get so about naming and warrior cats. Like, they're so lazy about it. That's one of the reasons my other fan clans are very intense about naming, and they take naming very seriously. Because it feels like in canon, they're just like, I don't know, you're a white cat, your name is White Fur. That's what you get. And like, I like it when characters' names fit them. Like the front half of the name, it's a little bit different because you're naming a child. So like you don't really know what the baby's gonna be like yet. But for the second half of the name, there's no excuse. That the second half of the name should match the cat. See, I like White Storm. Like, at least Storm kind of gives you the impression that he's like big and strong and powerful, which he is. But I'm talking more like, I don't know, brown fur, that kind of name, where it's like, yeah, this is a cat that's brown, that's all you get to know. Yeah, I like it when they have names that carry down. That's one of the reasons I made that such a big thing in Sage Clan. Because I like it when the cats are like, this is a name that, is important to me or important to us or references a cat that we really think is cool or whatever. Like I like the concept of names having power. And then like one of my other fan clans that I haven't talked about on the channel yet, their name is Boulder Clan. And they kind of name all of their babies after like strong or scary things to encourage them to grow up strong. So you get like a lot of names like Tangle and Bone and Snake. And it's not, you know, it's just meant to encourage them and be like, you can be strong and powerful and this name is going to give you strength. Kind of like a superstition sort of thing. I know some people get weird about like quote-unquote traditional naming. I think that is a crock of nonsense. If you want to do it that way, that's fine, but don't make anybody else do it. Yeah, I mean, see, the problem is that, like, Warriors canon is written mostly by older, white, British women. So, it's... like, mostly. I know that there's people of color, I believe, on the writing team. I'm not quite sure. I don't keep up with it anymore. But, like, it's just never gonna reflect a modern sensibility because they are not modern people. They're writing from a very clear point of view that is not the same point of view as the people reading the books. Maggot Storm is a good name. Oh, I love it. Papaya Tooth. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the problem is, like, the team of errands is so big. I'm sure that at least, you know, a couple of them are not bad people. That's just statistically unlikely. But they can't agree on anything about their cat OCs, and they are also getting mandates handed down, from what I understand, from the publishers about what they have to write. So just, there's a whole ton of layers as to why it's as bad as it is, I think. That it would take way more time to fix than they have time for. I think my favorite name, personally in my fan clans, is Snakehung, who is a medicine cat. Again, I have to think of a new name for these fan clans, because they wouldn't use Doctor or Guide, they would do something different. But she was named that because she's got like a really spicy way of speaking, like she's very blunt. So they named her Snake Tongue because, like, she will tell you what she thinks. Pig Scent is good. Hollow is also a really great name. I have a cat named Fog Hollow. Ooh, Quiet Paw's a good starting place. I think there's a lot you could put at the end of Quiet that would sound good. Mooncatcher and Sandancer are also really good. Like, all of these names in chat are very good, frankly. I love seeing the names that people come up with. Quiet Breeze. Yeah, that could. Bug. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my cats are named after bugs because I like bugs. Hey, simple doesn't mean bad. Sometimes simple is really good because that's, you know, memorable. And I know people are always like, well, how would a cat know what these things are? And it's like, listen, these cats can do medicine and have a concept of the afterlife. I think you can kind of suspend your disbelief about what words they would know. Yeah, that also, Susan. I do not like when cats have two similar names, unless it's for a good reason. Like, Leechnose and Mallownose have the same last name because Mallownose is named after her mother. So that's fine. But, like, I do not want to have cats that just basically have the same name. Which is why I did a lot of changing them in my generator when it gave me... Because it has, like, not a lot of names, and it will just reuse them. Hi, Cupcake! Nothing really is happening. We're just, you know, talking about warrior cats and hatching birds. Well, we hatched the birds, now we're wonder trading them. Still no shiny. Yeah, cats can't shrug, cats don't cry, cats don't really laugh. Like, they're just little people with fur. And that's totally fine, you know? I think I get that they want to make it more readable than having them act perfectly like feral cats, because if they acted perfectly like feral cats, a lot of the books would be very different. But like, sometimes I think they do forget they're writing about cats and not just people. Viper Blood is a good name. I know people are like, ugh, blood in a cat name, that's so edgy, but like, whatever, man. The cats are edgy. Have you read the books? Ooh, Pearl Whisper. I like names with like Whisper and Step and like more abstract stuff. Ooh, Mottled Moth. Those are all really good, but I love Mottled Moth. That rolls off the tongue really nicely. My other favorite thing is like, because they're cats, how they understand the world is obviously different. Like, they think cars are monsters and all that. I think more people should lean into kind of expanding what that's like. Like, what I mean is your fan clans should have like their own weird ideas about why things are the way they are, or how they work. Man, these Pokemon are just like slowly arriving around me. But like, for instance, those other clans I keep talking about that I haven't introduced, they live right next to a train tracks. And so there's this huge debate about whether the trains are like bigger monsters, whether there's something different because they're never on the same, you know, path as the cars. Are they related? Are they different? Are they two different things of the same species, or are they completely different? Is one the parent of the other? They have like hour-long debates about how this works. And they're very interested in the comings and goings of the trains. And like, they also live near a place where there's a festival every year, so they think that when the people all come in, that's the monsters coming to, like, you know how birds flock in certain seasons. They think that the monsters are all coming to the place where they go to breed and then they leave again. 'Cause I don't know. That is a really good name. I love Puppy Heart. Yeah, honestly, Crowfeather and Jayfeather's names are very funny if you think of them like that. Which I'm sure neither of them are very happy about. Carpet Star? Nice. Imagine if trains were just big caterpillars. Would that be messed up or what? But I just think there's so much room for, like, the way a cat would interpret the world as opposed to how humans interpret the world that people don't take enough advantage of. Yeah! Okay, so it's so funny. I started reading with Power of Three, but I knew the spoilers because I had watched a ton of, like, Warrior Cats maps and all that. So every time that kind of thing would come up, I'd be like, oh, honey, you got a big storm coming. Yeah, like big metal birds, maybe. That's so weird. Like, rainbows are just a thing. Like, in nature. If you're gonna argue that cats can only use words found in nature, I'm sorry, rainbow is totally legal. I think people just don't like it when other people are having more fun than them. I think that's what a lot of it comes down to. They're like, oh, stop having fun in a way I don't like. And it's like, no, I'm gonna keep doing my thing. You don't get to tell me what to do. Yeah, cringe culture in general kind of ruined a generation of people, and it makes me really sad. Which is why I'm here to be like, listen, cringe is normal and good. Like, it's a normal part of your creative journey. You just want to, like, do all the things, and you have all these cool ideas, and some of them are gonna be cringy, because that's normal. again, it's for you. It's for you to enjoy. Anybody who gets mad at it is literally just mad that you're having fun in a way that they don't like. And that's never a good reason to get mad at someone. Speaking about cringe culture stopping people from animating, I have in my head an idea for a map that is literally like no palette, no script, totally beginner friendly that I want to put on. Because I feel like there's this weird thing in the map community now. Like, we have a ton of really gorgeous, incredible artists and maps that are super produced, and those are all great. But it's made people start getting kind of weird about, you know, younger artists or people that are just starting out, and I think that's kind of against the whole spirit of the community. So I want to make something that pretty much anyone could join, as long as they're 13 and can have a Discord. We have not got the shiny yet, no. We are wonder trading the... I don't want to say failures, because they're not failures, I love them. But we're wonder trading the excess birds. I actually am a map host currently. I have one that has just a couple of parts that need to be finished, but it's been kind of on hiatus, because a lot of the people that are not done are also experiencing other things that they need to deal with. You know how that is. It's honestly really fun to do it. Especially, like, my rule always is just, like, tell me what's up. I don't care how long it takes to get the thing finished. I just, like, don't ghost me, you know? All look at them. They're all just watching me. Are you guys good? Hello? Mushroom cheek. Oh, that's cute. And it's true, we do need more pumpkins. Haha, Rapidash. I feel like pumpkin harvest would be valid. Like, I think cats, they would know what harvesting is because they do it to get plants to use for medicine. So I think harvest is a legal name. Excuse me, sir. No, no, no. Hootstar is very good. Correct. We take all of the hoots. Acorn Splash. All of you are so good at naming cats. Opinions on Griffii? Griffii is perfect and beautiful. And the only reason I didn't use one in this playthrough is because my partner had claimed it already and we wanted to use different teams. They say Griffii is real in their child. Yeah, honestly, before I got into this community, all of my OCs were humans, or like, you know, human adjacent, like werewolves and stuff. It's very recently that I started having OCs that were animals. It's so funny because people are always like, cats are so much easier to draw, and meanwhile, here's me, like, I can draw a person no problem, but it's gonna take me forever to learn how to draw cats. I mean, I know, like, you're all gonna be like, oh, you draw cats so good, but, like, you've watched me learn how to draw cats. Lorantis, good. I like the concept of a flower that is pretending to be a bug instead of the other way around. Do I think other felines are sentient? I think you could go either way. I think it's cool if they are. Like, in my Gravity Falls Warrior Cats AU, Jezelbrom, who is in Journal 3 in like one page and no one remembers who she is, but I remember who she is because I like her. She is a mountain lion. Could Millie talk to dogs? That would kind of make sense, because Millie was a kitty pet and probably been around dogs a lot. Like, that's the other thing. A lot of people get very intense about, like, the rules of the warrior universe, and it's like, they're not that, it's not that deep. You know? Who should be... Oh, what are my choices, Snowscaped? Yeah, I think I do also like Renfur. They sound chill. Just look, they're so funny. Very good. I love Go-Goat. I played through Ultra Moon with a shiny Go-Goat. Skiddo is really cute. Ooh, good. I am excited for bonus clan gen art. I love the way that you do your clan gen, by the way. I might have to steal it for some of the stuff that I play off screen. I like the idea of only playing Burrow Clan on stream because I love it when people have ideas and theories and we can kind of talk back and forth about them. I think it's way more fun than putting out episodes and watching people, like, you know, have to talk in the comments about it. But I have some clans that I play off stream that are several hundred moons in now, and I would love to do art of them. So I might steal your idea a little bit. Also, yeah, Scribbleheart, that's kind of what I assumed, is that all the animals are sentient and just speak different language. Because it would be kind of weird if only the cats were smart. I don't know. Like, I guess that makes it weird that they eat other animals, because I guess that would imply that squirrels are also people, but like... I don't know. This kind of story is always going to have something weird like that that you have to just not think about. Beach. I also really like the beach map. Slinkworm. Yeah. Cave. I'm always gonna pick a cave if you give me a cave as an option. Oh, I'm so sorry about your male Salandit life. You know the worst part is, like, getting a shiny Salandit, but it's male. That's the true sadness. Also, this stream does seem like, ignoring when my internet went out in the middle, this stream does seem to be going a lot better than the other ones I've done. So I think the settings and stuff that I changed are working. You know, at some point I should make myself a warrior Sona. Like, I know that Possum Breath is a legal warrior name, but I actually do have a cat in my stories named Possum Breath who is not me and not meant to be my Sona. So I gotta, like, make myself one. Hello, Mogo. Are you coming back in to do more crime? My favorite new Pokemon is super easy. My favorite new Pokemon is Scovillain. I love it. It's just a weird little guy who is two weird little guys. That's two weird little guys for the price of one weird little guy. You can't get a better deal than that. Also, I think that Grass Fire is a really cool type combo and one that I've wanted for a long time. Yeah, Scribbleheart. They don't make art. They don't. Okay, you know, like the classic concept of cats sitting on a fence and singing? Why don't the warrior cats sing? Like, I don't get it. There's so much about clan society that I do not understand. Like, if they can have medicine, they can absolutely make art. Come on, Mr. Man, lay down. There you go. Sleepy old man. Oh, that would be cool. I've seen a lot of people saying that Scovillain needs another evolution, but all of the ideas just kind of take away the things that I like about it. A Scovillain that has 3 heads and one is a yellow pepper I could get behind. That's, I think, the first idea I've seen that I like. Also, yeah, clans should be able to have their own cultures. Like, someone said earlier that if you changed the names of the canon clans, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, and I think that is incredibly true. Like, oh, what, you know, you eat frogs instead of squirrels, you're so different from us. It's not... They should have deeper differences than that, if they're gonna try and convince us these cats are so different from each other. I'm trying to do that with my Bush Clan story. I'm trying to, like, have the clans be even more differentiated. Aww. And this game is brutal. Yeah, in terms of a Discord, a lot of people have been asking for one. I personally do not feel like I have the time or energy to moderate one, especially having seen what other Discords for creators tend to be like. It's like I was saying in that one post I made, I kind of want to maintain a healthy boundary, and I feel like Discords encourage people to share things that I personally don't want to know about you. Like, for instance, I would not have a vent channel. I would probably ban anything that got too close to one, because I don't... You know me in that you know that I like to draw cats, but I don't need to know serious things about your personal lives. If that makes sense. Like, if I were to make a Discord, it would be about how we all like to talk about cats, and that would be the extent of it. And I feel like a lot of people don't use Discord for that anymore. Which, like, there's nothing wrong with that, you know, with Discords that are like that, or like friend groups, like friend group chats, completely understandable. But I just don't want it to be like, here, I'm gonna tell 500 strangers about something very serious that I should be taking care of in real life. Also, yeah, I pretty much, anytime I join a Discord with a vent channel, I mute it immediately because I just don't want to see it. I don't think there's anything wrong with venting, but I think venting should be done in, like, appropriate places. Also, I have no idea what the Cloud Snap controversy is. Also, yeah, that's the other thing, Aether Skies. It's very, like, as far as I can tell, everybody in these chats has always been super cool. My comment sections have always been very nice. But I don't 100% know. Like, I would hate to make a Discord and then have someone come in who starts being crappy and I'm not there to fix it. Or, like, you know, God forbid someone joins who turns out to be a predator and I was the person that made a situation that allowed them to find victims, because I don't want to be responsible for that either. So, like, definitely if I do make a Discord, it's going to be very carefully curated. And I'm gonna want to do it once I have people that I know and trust well enough to be moderators. No worries, David. Nothing important's happened. We haven't found the shiny. Now we're just wonder trading the excess birds. Martin pelt. Well, I like Martin, like as a prefix. Maybe Martin twist, like, cause have you ever seen like a martin or a ferret do that thing where they jump up and just kind of like twist themselves all over? It's really funny. Ooh, these are also really good. Martin Sneak I like. Martin Bounce is cute. That's also, like, I wouldn't call that a controversy, I would call that really funny. Like, it's no secret that the Aarons do not have a series Bible and just kind of go off of whatever they remember at the time. So the idea that a bunch of people just tried to trick them into adding in a character that didn't exist is really funny. And, like, ultimately harmless, I think. That's my litmus test for that kind of thing. Like, who does it hurt? You know? Nobody, really. No. Like, I know people do have memory issues and issues with unreality, but I feel like, I don't know, I don't think... This is a hard thing to talk about. I think that sometimes people take things more seriously than they need to. A lot of stuff just is not that deep. And that's not to say that things like that couldn't potentially harm someone, but I don't think that the person who thought it up would think about that, if that makes sense. Like, that, I don't think that would be on purpose. Yeah, oh, David, nothing super important is happening right now anyway. We're just trading. Essentially, you can trade with random people, so what I'm doing is I'm sending my birds out into the world and getting connected with a random person who is also sending out Pokemon, and we're just trading. So it's kind of fun because you never know what you're gonna get. Also, yeah, I have a really hard time, like, telling time and keeping track of how long it's been. I do not have a good memory. I definitely know what it's like to struggle with that. So absolutely not saying that that's not a problem for people. But if something was gonna, like, be a problem with that for me, it wouldn't be a made-up Warrior Cats character. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely times that has caused me problems, and none of them had to do with fandom stuff on the internet. Oh, it's Pusheen's birthday? Happy birthday, Pusheen! One of the best fictional cats. But yeah, no, I was already super bad at, like, telling time and keeping track of that kind of thing. And then the pandemic happened, and I just completely lost the ability to do it. I think a lot of people had that happen, where the pandemic, if they already had that kind of thing going on, it made it worse, and if they didn't, they experienced it for the first time. I definitely will have things where I get an email, and I'm like, okay, cool, I read the email, I'll respond to it tomorrow, and then it's a month later, and I'm like, it's tomorrow! Better respond to that email, and then I realize how long it's been. It's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to start doing streaming, because having, like, any kind of set thing that happens on a set schedule makes it a lot easier for me to remember the stuff around it. So having streams every Thursday, at the very least every Thursday, is gonna help me, like, in my own real life, kind of keep track of stuff, which will be nice. The only way I can tell what month something happened is literally what banner was occurring in Genshin Impact. Oh my god, so real though. Me, like, what cookies were coming out in Cookie Run when this happened? I think for chat clan ships, I tend to just let the generator do it. I like that it will now like keep track of how the cats feel about each other and just kind of have them get together automatically. So I try not to push ships because I think it's more fun to just see what happens. I walked into the wrong site class 10 times because I got the wrong day. Also very true. I have definitely done that thing where I get up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm late, and I like get all the way somewhere that I need to go before I realize it's not the right day. Good night, David. It's good to have you. I do like that the clan gen also keeps track of platonic love. I think that's really sweet. So you see it with like parents and best friends and things. Because that's a very important kind of relationship. Nope, you did not miss anything. We haven't got anything super exciting. And we've just been vibing. Okay, see, Black Snakey, you're correct. I do not trust the errands to do it. Like, I would love that, but I don't think the errands would do it well. It would be like a monkey's paw situation where they give it to us and then it's like the worst it could possibly be. Like, again, I think this is a situation where the fans do it so much better than the errands that it's just not... Like, again, it would be super cool and wonderful if we had canon representation. Yeah, there you go, just get Tui to write it. But yeah, that's why I have been trying in my own ones to just kind of slip in trans and LGBTQ in general characters, because like, people are like, oh, they're cats, they wouldn't know what that is. First of all, that's not how that works. Many, many, many animals have displayed homosexual tendencies, or have different ways of doing gender than we do. And for another thing, like, it's fantasy. They're fantasy cats. A cat that understands what hell is can understand what being trans is. How long do I plan to stream? I honestly do not know. Probably just until I get tired. It's 11 p.m. for me right now. So I'm gonna tentatively say midnight probably should be when I stop. Love it. Pink Pool is a great name. They became mates? Nice. Bye, Black. It's good to have you. See, that's what I mean, though. It's so fun when the game just does it on its own. And you're like, oh, huh, good for them. Yeah, we do. We stan LGBTQ cats. And I have more in my story than I've like officially mentioned even, because with a lot of them it's not, I mean, it's always relevant, obviously. But it's not the main point of them. Like, Hornet Paw is trans. That's not super relevant to his story. You know? His personality is so much more than that. I think there's a pitfall a lot of people fall into where they're like, I want to have representation, and they start with the representation, and then the character they build around it is not super well thought out. Which is unfortunate, because having the representation is really important. But if you're gonna have a character like that, they deserve to be a character. You know what I mean? Web eater? Oh no. Yeah, Black Snakey. I definitely, if Mustard Paw isn't autistic, then she is at least deeply, deeply ADHD. But, because I personally am not autistic, and it's not my, area of expertise, so I wouldn't want to get something wrong. But I think you could definitely say that she is. Or at the very least, she's written to be kind of that way. Because, like, that's the thing. If they are just little people with fur, then I think it's only fair to make them like people, and people are all varied and different. You know? Little gay people with fur, true. Good, I'm glad. Onyx, it's very much like I want all of my viewers to have like at least one cat that they can kind of relate to, but I also don't want to, because, you know, there's some things I can't speak to. I don't want to do the thing where I'm like, I'm gonna add in all these characters for representation and I get something wrong because I am a dumb white boy. Nice! Good for chasing shade. I love babies. I love the babies in the Clan Gen game, the way that their pixel sprites look. They're so round. They're just little potatoes. So yeah, basically my modus operandi going forward is if it feels right for the cat, I'm gonna do it. And then if someone tells me, hey, the way that you've done this isn't super great, I have some notes, I'll be like, cool, that's why this is a work in progress. Tell me what I gotta do. Yeah, I mean, okay, real talk, as someone who, I'm not diagnosed, but my psychologist and my psychiatrist are both very sure I have ADHD. I would be remiss if I did not include an ADHD character who was like just a normal person trying to vibe. Yeah, it definitely, like, again, even though I'm not officially diagnosed yet, um, I've been adopting a lot of tricks and tips that my other ADHD friends use to make life easier for them, and it has really helped me. Like, once you have kind of an idea of what's going on in your brain, it makes it so much easier to find ways around what's going on in your brain. Ooh, enjoy your soda. What soda do you like? I personally am a fan of Dr. Pepper, which I've been led to believe is an unusual take. Yeah, Aether Sky, it really is. I mean, that's I think the reason why nobody caught on with me is because I was an AFAB person with huge anxiety, and that manifested into being a gifted kid. So all of the all of the stuff that would have pointed to me being ADHD, they didn't notice because I got good grades. I just, because my anxiety made it so I couldn't not meet deadlines. It's the human brain is absolutely terrible at everything. Like, having taken many neuroscience courses by this point, let me tell you for sure, scientifically, the human brain is just bad at what it does. Trying to act like an iPhone when you're a Samsung, that's a real good way to put it. I also like sparkling water. I know a lot of people don't. I like it. I like the spicy water. And it helps, like, it makes the water interesting, which means that I'm more likely to drink it, which means that I'm more likely to stay hydrated. Yeah, I also had anger issues, and no one ever commented on them. Like, I got detention once for snapping on another kid, and I punched a kid on the bus once. And I wrote an essay about punching the kid on the bus and got published. That was my reward for doing that, which I don't think is correct. Oh no. Ooh, Ooh, punched a teacher. That's like a whole other level. People really don't give kids enough credit. Like, you know, old man voice, having been a child once, it's hard, man. Oh, come on. This clan is really having some bad luck, huh? I like Tumblefoot, personally. Good, I love it. I love that for Tumblefoot. Yes, make Web Eater the medicine cat. That's a great idea. They'll have a really easy time gathering cobwebs. Aleste, I think several people are playing different clan gen games. I'm just talking about them in the chat. Unless you mean me, in which case I am still surprise trading birds. Oh my god, Snowscaped, your cats are just really having trouble. I love nibbling as a term for, as a non-binary term for child. Ooh, Snap Willow. I like Snap in general as part of a name. Like, I like sound names and like movement names like Snap and Bounce and stuff like that. They just really get across so much personality. I think for non-binary cats, people have started using Jack, which I like. So you've got Toms, Mollies, and Jacks. Oh my goodness. And at this rate, we're just not gonna have a clan. Ooh, I like Hush Clan. That sounds like kind of spooky, but not necessarily evil. Ooh, Keku. I gotta tell you, every time the little thing pops up that says someone new is subscribed, it like makes me really happy. Pick the mischievous one. Snow Clan is having a Bush Clan moment. Yeah, seriously. Oh, Jack Stauber is great. Absolutely, 100%. Love the music. I like music that's very, like, layered and has a lot of texture to it, I guess. And Jack Stauber's music is like that. I feel the same way about Cosmo Sheldrake. His music is very layered and very, like, crunchy. It's also why I like Primus. Primus is very crunchy. Strudel, my favorite band is Primus. They are kind of like 80s-ish. I don't really know how to... They're like punk, grunge, humor. Primus is weird, is what Primus is. If you are a true fan of Primus, you will know because you will say that Primus sucks. You probably know Primus because they did the theme song for Robot Chicken. Hawaii Part 2 is super good. No, you're correct. Modest Mouse also very good. Like, it is very rare for me to find music I can't at least enjoy, even if it's not necessarily for me. I like opera, you know? For me, it's about, like, is the music good? And obviously I like country, but when I say I like country, what I mean is I like bluegrass and like old country, not the new bro country nonsense. We don't talk about that. Except for International Harvester, which is hilarious and doesn't count. International Harvester is so dumb that it's good. Oh my gosh. All of the good luck has just left this stream. I couldn't find a shiny, all the cats are dying. Dang. Yeah, definitely that is what Bush Clan feels like. It was so funny. Someone commented on the Bush Clan video, like, there's all of the cats are females and there's only 2 toms, and I was like, yeah, that's like the main part of the plot. I don't know what you're trying to get at by commenting this, aside from just saying facts. Sage Clan Part 2 is going really well. I have all of the cats drawn. I just need to kind of redo the script a little bit, because I wrote most of it before I decided on the Doctor and Guide split, and now I kind of have to introduce that and change some wording. But we're very close to it being done. Yeah, exactly, Inertia, I did, but, you know. I mean, apparently, like, I don't know if this is just me, but, like, people just don't seem to read descriptions anymore. Like, the first thing I do when I watch a video, whether I have questions or not, is I go and look at the description a little bit. But I still get people asking all the time, like, how do I get clan gen? What's the link? And it's like, if you would read the description, you would see a link and an explanation right there. And then I also have a pinned comment about it that people also don't read. I don't know what more I have to do to make this information accessible, you know? It's just super weird to me. Like, that would be the first thing I would think to do. Yeah, even if I mention it in the video, though. Like, no matter what I say, or how much I say it, someone is gonna be like, how do I get the game? Which, like, that's fine, but also, you could Google it and know so much more quickly. So there's a whole Discord now. But like I know it's not, you know, it's people asking honestly. So like that's fine. Like it doesn't I'm not going to say it doesn't annoy me because it annoys me a little bit, but I don't take it personally, you know. Oh, Buckdust. Buckdust is a great name. Yes, one of them should not be Moonkit, because it's weird if there's two of them. I think Slightly Offended Kiwi that's fine. I mean, if it's a flower, yeah, sure. I mean, Thrift apparently is a flower, which I didn't know, but that's canon. Rename the Rosette Molly. You could maybe name her like Speckle or Seed or something. That's the other thing. I feel like people, like, with naming, people are always like, well, if it's not in the canon books, I can't use it, which I think is very silly. Like, if my cats are living in Southern California, they're gonna have names that cats in England don't have. Just because they have different stuff around them to name cats after. And they're gonna have different slang. Basically, my opinion is that, like, if it's something that you want to do and it would be fun for you and it's a cool idea, do it. They're magical cats. You can do whatever you want. Like, if anybody tells you, well, that's not canon to Warriors, just point at Warriors and be like, nothing in Warriors makes sense. Dandelion Speckle, absolutely. Bye, Aleske. Thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks, Rox. Like I said, I really think that the new settings I did have really improved it. And the internet blipping out in the middle there was not the fault of the stream, it was the fault of my internet, so like, we don't count that. I'm probably gonna end in about half an hour since that's gonna be midnight for me. I don't think there's a way for kitty pets to keep their original name unless the thing does it automatically. What I do if I want them to just keep their original name is I just go in and change it myself. Oh, Plover Spirit, that's a cute name. Dremel wing. That would be cute. Ooh, Web Eater. Does Web Eater have a mate? Do these kids have another parent? Do we know about that? Surprise! Bone Jaw is cool. Ooh, a Tatsugiri. I've never been Wonder Traded Tatsugiri before. You know, there's a roach paw in Sage Clan. She actually has a twin sister named Bee Paw, and they're both just bug names, which I think is cute. Ooh, Faded Sky. Faded, I think, is a really good name in general. There's a lot you can do with that. Mm-hmm. What am I waiting for? Roach Paw in Sage Clan is, I believe, like a cream and lavender mackerel calico? Sage Clan is definitely the clan where I started kind of playing fast and loose with the descriptions it gave me, because I was like, I'm tired of drawing the same coat color over and over again. Oh, Honey Paw. Crawfish Eyes. That is a cool name. There used to be this, like, a fresh fish place in the town where I grew up that was super cool, and one of the things they had was just a bucket of crawdads, like a huge barrel, and all the crawdads were in there in, like, a little sack, and you could just grab them. I used to go and catch them myself, but I was not very good at it. Shrimp tail. Yeah, this was in Oregon, not Louisiana, but similar feeling. Oh, I love that. I do like how you can set it specifically so that cats who are disabled won't get retired, because that's silly. Some of my best warriors have been ones with disabilities. I had a cat named Lost Lotus who was blinded very early on, and also served as the deputy for like most of his life. He wound up not becoming leader because he died before he could, but like, he was fantastic. Thanks, Alana. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. What? Moko just sat straight up and is looking around like he notices something. What are you seeing, sir? Go back to sleep. Thanks, Inertia. Good to have you. And like I said, I'm probably going to be streaming specifically on Thursdays. So, if you want to hang out again, that's when to come. Ooh, Honeydusk is a really good name. Some of the random names this game generates are really nice. My plan for the Star Clan cats, for Bush Clan, and you know, the clans around Bush Clan, is I'm probably gonna take a lot of the cats from my personal clan gen file and kind of use them to fill things out, because I think that would be a fun way to do it while keeping it somewhat random. Except for the cats that are like super plot important, like, you know, Pebblejar's sister and stuff. Octopus pelt makes me think of a cat with rosettes, kind of like they got, you know, octopus suckers. That'd be a really cool name. You know, it's really funny actually, because in my main fan clans that, again, I haven't talked about, so you'd have no way of knowing this, the main clan from that, their leader is Mudstar. Mudstar is one of the first Warriors OCs I ever made. And that's why I keep using it, because I like it. But the actual Mudstar is really great. He's one of those, like, squish-faced, big, fluffy cats. He looks like an old man, but he's actually very young. Good night, Black Snakey. And yeah, I'm probably gonna, once we hit midnight in about 10 minutes or so, I'm probably gonna be done too. Because I've been doing this for almost 4 hours now. It's just like, it's so easy to just hang out and do Pokemon and talk to you all. It's really nice, honestly. I used to always wonder how streamers could, like, do super long streams of just chatting. I was like, wouldn't they get bored? Like, how do you know, but it's a lot easier than I thought it would be. I think that Chat Clan needs help. I'm worried about them, that's my opinion. Bye, Kiwi. See you later. And cat OCs with mutations. I do plan to add at least one polydactyl cat. Because I think polydactyl cats are super cute. And I also want to have a Chimera cat. One of the rogues that I'm gonna have in my story is a Chimera cat named Gemini. So there you go. Someone was asking earlier about secrets that I haven't posted yet, and there you go. That's a spoiler. I'm gonna have a Chimera cat, and her name is Gemini, and I love her. I am being nice to myself and letting myself have free reign on the rogues and barn cats, so I can just really do whatever I want. I love it when you have a cat that just will not stop adopting children. Like, where are you getting all these kittens? I mean, cool, I love it, but where are you finding them? That does sound pretty gay. They're just slowly getting closer. Uh-huh. Clove pelt. That seems a little, narcissistic. That's really funny, though. Oh, cool! I didn't know I didn't have a roaring moon already. I've not finished my Pokédex in this game because I've been lazy. See, Cotton Ram, I can't relate, because, like, one of the first things I do is come up with a name. Even if it's not, like, you know, quote-unquote their official name, I come up with a placeholder name to just get the right vibe. That's one of the reasons all of my, like, I get so persnickety about names, is that I tend to, like, start from the name when I'm designing a character. That's one of the reasons I really like the clan generator that I used, because all it gives you really is names, so I can just go off of that. I know there's other generators that are more intense or like have more information, but I don't want to do that. I want to have like the freedom to just take the name and do what I want with it. No, I do that too, Ada. See, like, I tend to, my placeholder names are like the general vibe I'm going for that character. So, like, if I have a character where I'm like, I want this guy to be like a grumpy dad type, that's the placeholder I'll use is grumpy dad. Because that's what I want the name to communicate. I want the same vibe, just, you know, from a less obvious name. Bye, chat clan. Nobody else die, please. don't think that's weird actually. My main story, that's not cat related, just my actual OCs, the whole idea came from a dream. Sometimes you just get a really cool idea from a dream and then you have to spend years working on it. One day I'll probably also do videos on that story because I feel like people would enjoy it. McFlurry Whisker. That's great. I think Nova is pretty gender neutral. It's like a star sort of name. Oh, my little old man has curled up on top of me and is purring so loud. He's saying, "Father, go to sleep. Stop talking to the little gay people in your computer and talk to me." You know what, Snowscaped? Yeah, just for you. This is gonna be the last trade I do, and then we'll make Volcano a sandwich. No, I didn't want to fight the pig. No, thank you. Oh, for goodness sake. Let me go. There we go. Alright, I have not a super huge amount of options, because I pretty much just make egg sandwiches. Yeah, the sandwich music is really funny. I never get this excited about making sandwiches, but like, okay. Alright, we're doing it. Strawberry, cheese, potato tortilla. That sounds terrible. And pickle, because I like pickles. What are we putting on the sandwich? Olive oil and jam? I also personally am going to add yogurt because I think that's funny. only have one kind to pick, but it's a really cute kind, so that's fine. Oh, do we only like get one potato tortilla? Okay. I like never make sandwiches that are this big. Splap. So gross. Whoop. Just the strawberries left. They are not gonna stay on. There's no way. No, I lost a pickle! Goodness. Alright, let's see how terrible this tastes. With the terrible sandwich eating animation. Oh. Sour? A tasty Francis original. Yeah, real original. Hi, Volcano. Yeah. Volcano is so sleepy. Just cover the whole thing in suds. That's really funny. Where'd Volcano go? Volcano, beloved. Well, Volcano's sleepy, Koraidon is sleepy, and I am sleepy, so I think this is where we're gonna call it. Thank you very much for coming, and I will see you all on Thursday. Have a good night, y'all.